This is a clouds weather alert. Tracking Nicole.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. We just got a new tornado warning popping up here in our system, folks. A tornado warning now for parts of Camden County until 12:15. I know we were having some technical difficulties earlier on starting that stream back, but we just had this tornado warning pop up. So I want to go ahead and show you exactly what we're dealing with right now. We have this possible tornado here in toward Camden County, and we have all these storm surge threats, all these other threats that are showing on up here on the board. But now a tornado warning. We have some radar indicated rotation here. We need to get folks into shelter as we have a potential tornado right now impacting parts of Camden County. I know for whatever reason our other system hasn't shown that popping on up yet, but we do have that just coming into the weather center here. You can see here the greens and reds trying to come together northeast of, it looks like Elliott's Bluff here. Some radar indicated rotation here east of Interstate 95. So this is a tornado warning here. 11:48. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles northeast of Keens Bay Base, moving west at about 55 miles an hour. So we had a funnel cloud earlier toward the GIA area toward Jackson International Airport, and now we have some radar indicated rotation here in toward parts of the covered area. Let's go ahead and take our analyst computer. Our analyst computer is watching this here as well. So let me go ahead and jump on over there. You'll be able to see that box here, that tornado warning over here right now. Again, you can see that rotation showing on up this tropical environment. You can kind of see what we're dealing with there. You can see this path of this possible tornado is taking it toward Woodbine. So if you're in Woodbine here, the time to take shelter is now in that area as we have this tornado warning just popping on up here from Nicole. This morning here, that radar indicated rotation is now our third tornado warning of the morning here from Nicole. I know we have that tornado watch still continuing as well, but we have a tornado warning here in play until about 12:15. So I know we're getting some different updates here out of Glenn County now. So let me go ahead and zoom this out. Again, thanks so much for tuning in, sticking with me, trusting me here. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. But we're watching the tornado warning there. We're also getting reports in out of Glenn County of storm surge that peaked there here. It looks like at the Village Pier, the St. Simon's Island Village Pier, at 3.67 feet above the mean high water level. That means major flooding there. It begins at 3.5 feet, and the record's Irma there, so not off too far from what we had during Irma. I know I saw A1A closed toward Crescent Beach as well as we get down toward the south here. It's not a good situation. I know watching things toward the south, seeing our power flicker here a little as well. You see the circulation here off the coast a little bit. We got to watch that spin as well. But we have a tornado warning right now in Camden County. There's also reports toward, it looks like, Taylor County here of a large tree that's down and a broken pole. So we're starting to get the winds really expanding here across the viewing circle here like this morning. That's why we have tropical storm warning for so many counties here. And right now we have an enhanced threat of that wind potential in parts of Glenn County here. Maybe later on if we get some circulations developing up there. But right now we're talking about Camden County. We have this tornado threat that's ongoing right now here. A possible tornado moving toward the Woodbine area here right now. So you need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here as we have this radar indicated rotation that we're tracking here live. Again, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible right now. If you're in Camden County, if you're in a red box here, a red tornado warning polygon, you just need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I know as we cross an Interstate 95 here in the next little bit. Let's check for tornadic debris, see if we have any. I don't see any right now, so that's some good news. But we'll just have to continue to watch the latest scans here, how things evolve. I know these winds have been ferocious here today across the region outside even tornado warnings. You see up there toward areas here, it looks like GIA 44 miles an hour, 43 miles an hour on Gainesville, where I'm at. We had our highest gusts we've had in our anemometer in the 2 years or so. We've had it all the way up to 41 miles an hour at about 10:57 this morning. That really tells the weather story, and that barometric pressure keeps falling because our storm system here our storm system is technically still further on off toward the south with that center of rotation, the lowest pressure. So that's kind of intriguing here as well. So let's go ahead and see that here on our other source. You can see here our center of circulation is estimated to be here, maybe a little further south because that's where the lowest pressure has been being measured, a little off of where we have it on our system. But nonetheless, getting that lowest pressure, some of the strongest winds here to pass on by here, Bradford County and some of the other areas. You see the tornado watch there in the yellow, and you see the tornado warning right now for parts of Camden County until about 12:15 this afternoon. So for another about 20 minutes, you'll be in that interior room away from windows here. If you're in Camden County, Georgia, again, just continuing to watch things here. That radar circulation not quite as tight as it was, but that didn't mean there could still, maybe not, it still means that there could still be a tornado there is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't mean that there's not a tornado there. So I just have to be mindful that things could still be reaching to us to the surface here with some tornadic activity. So again, I just continue to watch everything, checking our different sources right now. I want to check a power outage map. Bear with me. I know we're just kind of trying to give you an idea of exactly what's happening. I'm trying to do some things on the fly here this morning in the Weather Center. So bear with me. We're almost to the afternoon time frame now, but I want to check our power outages. So give me a second. Our computer's loading those on in here. We'll go ahead and load them up now. You'll kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. So, I mean, these numbers are really gone on up here in certain spots. Not everybody, but certain spots we're talking about. The numbers here increasing. So we just have to be mindful of that as we go ahead and go on over here now. You can see for Brevard County, I know where the highest density of these outages are, is in that area. You can see 78,000 customers or so in the dark. Volusia County, about 31,850 customers. Putnam County, over 4,000. St. Johns County, over 8,000. Duval County, over 15,000. Nassau County, there are some. You see Clay County and then Bradford County, over 1,000. We don't have the whole total of that because the city of Stark not included in this necessarily. I know we've had some different reports, so let me go ahead and check that behind the scenes right now. Again, wider down there, it looks like toward Lodi, actually now being reported. County Road 225 and 213th Street there. Road obstruction there as we see toward 185th Street and 26th Avenue in Stark, so maybe from the storm as well. So definitely having an impact here this morning. I know we've had some trees down across the area. So the tornado warning, by the way, continuing for parts of Camden until 12:15 in Georgia. We're also getting a storm surge report in here. So while I'm over here by the chat, let me go ahead and go over this. So at 10:54, it looks like Fernandina Beach recorded a peak water level of 3.81 feet above the mean high water level, and major flooding begins at 3.5 feet. So the highest water level since Matthew there in 2016, where it peaked at 4.13 feet. So such a historic situation that we're dealing with here in terms of the impacts from Nicole here in the Weather Center. We're watching it all for you. So again, there's Bradford County there. You see Columbia County about 1,500 in the dark. Suwannee County about 2,500 in the dark. Lafayette County there, just a few so far. Taylor County, we're getting some wind reports. Damage there over 1,000. Dixie County about 500, 600 or so. We're getting reported of a beach crossover destroy around Jekyll Island up in South Georgia. I was checking the outages before we came on here again with this stream in South Georgia. We're not always seeing the outages, the volume of the outages here up in that direction. But we're just going to keep on watching because stuff like this can increase that outages, increase that outage potential, increase those outages is what I'm trying to say here. I know it's been a long morning, been on for the better part, 10 hours in some regard, taking breaks here and there, but we started about 2 a.m. this morning is what I'm trying to say. So, again, I just continue to watch this rotation. Still have some on rotation tracker here. We get in rotation, see that red there. And we have another area off the coast. Here. You can see something that we need to watch because it's been holding together for the last little bit. Could be impacting some of our area here as well. over the next little bit. Right now, I know Stark viewers, you see some of the rain here on the map. The winds haven't been quite as strong here in the recent time frames. So that's some good news. We still have to be kind of mindful of how things are evolving on us here. You just never know how things can kind of develop. So let's go ahead and take a look outside right now here. Kind of give you an idea of how things are looking in Bradford County right now. We'll go ahead and go on over toward the camera. You can really see the trees shaking here at times. Not as heavy of shaking as what we saw here just a little while ago, though. We really saw those winds again gusting to 41 miles an hour in that anemometer. The highest we've seen here in 2 years. That was about 10:57 this morning. That barometric pressure down officially to 998 millibars. Still got to 15, now 22. So trying to get back up a little bit here. 21 miles an hour. There, 22 the highest we've had in the last 10 minutes here. Again, it's underdoes stuff some, but again, to have these tropical force conditions come into play, something that's definitely worth noting. And there's another circulation that I know they're watching now, the Weather Service. We were talking about it there east of Fernandina Beach, moving toward Cumberland Island. So we have to just watch out for that potential. I hear the winds howling again. Let's go back to the camera. I hear our winds howling. I heard this earlier when we had a gust to 41, so I want to just keep it on this shot for a second. See what type of winds we get. We have 20 right now, 22 miles an hour. Just kind of monitor this side. I'm looking at our anemometer. Looks like that wind just peaked at about 22 miles an hour there for now, but definitely getting some gustier winds here on the board as we're at that lunch hour. Now the trees is blowing around here, they're shaking around here with Nicole as we continue to track it as it continues to impact our area here this afternoon. So again, gust to 12 miles an hour now, 14 as it kind of ramps up a little there, but then back down to 9. So again, those gusts here from time to time. But let's get back on over our analyst computer now. You can see here we're watching some of that rotation up toward Camden County, moving toward Woodbine, but a more predominant rotation is down here now. It looks like we're really watching that as it maybe moves in towards Nassau counties, northern areas, or based on that special marine warning, or probably more like Camden County here over the next little bit. They might err on the side of caution. It's a little bit of that warning there for Nassau, but it's headed more toward, it looks like, Cumberland Island here over the next little bit as we're looking at some different things here in the Weather Center. So continuing to watch that here, continuing to monitor the situation, checking some of our different sources. I know we still have that tornado warning here in play until 12:15. I know we also got another update on the storm surge. Now we were so concerned. This is toward Mayport there. I know we were kind of talking about this as it was happening, but now we're getting verification that National Ocean Service tide station to the entrance of the St. Johns River at Mayport recorded a peak water level of 3.58 feet above the mean high water level. Major flooding there begins at 3.3 there, and this is higher than the level recorded during Matthew, so worse than Matthew here toward Mayport. We talked about that threat over the last couple of days here, message that for you. I know Glenn County, we're getting reports of storm surge there surrounding the structures now. Water possibly going into some of the ground level structures. The storm surge inundation here. So it's just deja vu, as we talked about earlier. Over and over now are getting these storm surge events, it seems like, over the last several years with the storms hitting in the wrong spots. So again, seeing some winds pop up again over 20 or so. Let's go ahead and go back to the camera. Look at the view here. You see the clouds, how they're moving pretty rapidly here. You can kind of get an idea. We have these high winds there trying to get down to the surface as the barometric pressure at 998 millibars right now here in Bradford County. So definitely having that storm impact. Definitely noteworthy in nature here for sure. Getting some of these stronger conditions here overall. So just have to be very mindful of that as we continue to look at some things. I know the wind's coming out of the east right now more than anything out there. So just continuing to watch things here on the anemometer this afternoon. You see some of these darker clouds here. Some of these darker clouds telling the weather story. So some nastier conditions here is what we're talking about right now. 10, 15 miles an hour, the gusts. So trying to give you these visuals here at the present time. Let's go back up to our other situation here, though. Toward Georgia, we still have that tornado warning in play until about 12:15. Again, you can see some areas of rotation here. You can see some areas of rotation here east of 95, but nothing really impressive. Still keeping that warning there just in case. It's the National Weather Service there in Jacksonville. So again, I know this storm surge threat has been so substantial today. We talked about all these higher water levels causing problems, inundating places. You hate to see it. We talked about it, then we messaged that threat here, that storm surge warning. We talked about it on Monday, how dangerous things could be, and it's now Thursday, and it's come to fruition here toward many of our coastal communities. And the threat is still to come, though, toward areas like Cedar Key, because the wind's going to shift direction later on here. And we have to watch there. Areas like Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach are going to have some issues when the wind shifts direction there. So storm surge warning in effect there. We just got to keep our eyes out for that potential. So again, checking some more information here right now. I know more information coming out of southeast Georgia here. A picture there of Public Works equipment. It looks like removing debris there from the FJ Torres Causeway, but the water subsided from the roadway in that location, though. Debris management is ongoing. They're telling people do not attempt to use the causeway until it's cleared by local officials because of what's happened with that storm surge, with that inundation there. As we get back toward Camden County now, again, continuing to watch things here, continuing to watch some of our different weather maps as we're on this Thursday afternoon now with the Nicole. This tropical storm, though, sustained winds weakening on down, but these winds here in the gust have been pretty substantial here. As we've been talking about, the barometric pressure still going down here, here toward this dark area. That's definitely something that's noteworthy here. So we just have to continue to watch all that, continue to monitor the situation here. As I know the center of circulation is down toward the south. Seems like some of these winds aren't quite as strong as what we've been seeing, but it's just a matter of how things set up there in your localized community, based on how the wind patterns are overall. So again, still dealing with this threat right now. Let me go ahead and check our power rated numbers. Let's go ahead and switch on over. We'll go ahead and switch on over right now. You kind of get an idea of what we're talking about here. It's just that this was at 334,833 here at about 11:35 this morning. Let's go ahead and refresh this. It dropped a little, which is good. Maybe some crews getting in some areas to be able to restore things, but still see a high concentration of outages. Of course, if you haven't lost power yet, you want to charge up those devices. That's important. And those communication methods here important to keep in this type of situation. So I know we're getting reporting out of Taylor County there. We're talking about some of this with a fallen tree down in the area of Courtney Road, Wright Road there, which took out power lines. So you just hate to see that here. And that's happening in some of our different communities. We're not getting all those reports in right now, of course, but you see this again, some of these outages here. I'll go ahead and highlight some of these areas. You see Bradford County, over 1,000 customers. Let's see what these are. Here, more Clay Electric, it looks like, but we don't have actual message in here on the city of Stark Electric, so there may be some outages in the city. That's definitely a possibility. So I know the tornado warning that BP just heard, the tornado warning has expired now, or is being expired there for Camden. They may keep it at 12:15 technically, but the threat is subsided up there as we've kind of highlighted over the last little bit. So that's some good news. We'll go ahead and come back on camera. I think we'll take a quick break here in the coverage. Give us a second here. Still having some technical difficulties, but stick with me here. That red box will be going away here in just a second. You can see here we have some weak areas of rotation, but not as severe as they were. I know Camden County, storm surge there, flooding in downtown St. Mary's. Near the waterfront there, the flood is not at Armand levels, but close. 2 bridges have been closed. So that definitely tells a story here. We'll be back just a little bit in there. That tornado warning being dropped off. That's what we like to hear in the Weather Center. But we still have more threats here to watch. And we'll be here to guide you through the situation as it does transpire here. I'm going to catch my breath to get a drink of water here. We'll be back soon. So stay tuned. Stay safe out there this afternoon. What a storm it is, as we've been highlighting, as we've been talking about here. That threat definitely impacting our area here definitely impacting our area. Another historic storm away for our local area anyway here. This one in November of 2022 as the first hurricane to hit Florida in the month of November since '85, and the first to hit a peninsula since 1935. So impressive in such a bad way. Keep it here. We'll be back in about 9 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert. Tracking Nicole.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here. It's 12:19 on this Thursday. We've been with you for a while here, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch on some various streams because it's important to protect you, your friends, and your family with the latest information. I know right now the Weather Service in Jacksonville watching another circulation east of High Point moving toward Jekyll Island. So you see a couple marine warnings here towards southeastern Georgia right now. And we may end up having a tornado warning come in play pretty soon, folks. Pretty soon there toward the Brunswick area. It's possible. I know we try to give you these advance warnings, but sometimes they either ramp up there or really after the storms on land, or they fall apart as they're headed there. That's been the case so far today. But this one here is something that's worth giving an advance warning for because that latest scan there shows some pretty strong rotation there, maybe ramping back up a little. So we may get a tornado warning here soon. So be ready to take those tornado precautions here right now as we're getting toward areas in southeastern Georgia. Again, you see this bright color indicative of winds close to 60 miles an hour here, going in at least one direction, and the rotational parameters are showing up pretty high here on some other modes, and that was shear right there as well, showing that potential. So again, I just got to be watching as it moves on in there in toward areas in parts of southeastern Georgia. Again, we get a tornado warning here issue shortly for this, so just be prepared for that potential here as we track Nicole. I know it's a 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm, but the impact is being felt well away from the center. And we just had a gust in that 25 range here east of Stark, by the way, if you're wondering what we're dealing with down here. Again, just watching some of the rain bands coming in. They haven't been as robust here. But we're just have to keep watching. We've had some gusty winds knocking out some power, causing issues toward Taylor County, and that's the case in many of our counties here, and toward the inland zones. And of course, we had the storm started to be so substantial here earlier on toward the coastal zones. So that's something that we really had to touch on. But also toward some of the areas in downtown Jacksonville, these numbers are getting really high up there comparatively. As we were looking back, some of the higher storm surge values we've ever seen there in recorded history, as we talked about that potential was there, because I mean the peak of the storm surge in toward our viewing area, First Coast, not near as high as there is in other parts of the state. So that kind of goes to really show that it doesn't take as much there to be in a record territory. But again, continuing to watch things here, watching these circulations here coming off the water. These are weaker, but this one here is showing up a little bit as well. East of St. Mary's there. We'll watch it, see if that gets a tornado warning, but this one right here seems to be the stronger one. So we'll be getting a new scan here in the Doppler pretty soon. So that'll be something to watch for here as we're monitoring this scenario. This could be crossing over 95 here in a little bit. So some rotation there. It's right near the coast. Granted, it may go in this little area here where we have a little bit of water between some land here. In parts of Glenn County. So again, I just gonna keep watching all this here. Gonna keep watching this. We'll just have to see. That's actually in the Camden. I know we keep getting our counties a little mixed up here right on the line. This happens when we've been up all night and into toward this Thursday here. But you can kind of see here we're watching things right now. Some brighter colors here coming into the picture. Indicative of stronger winds. So just be edited more into northern Camden maybe versus Glen. It's hard to see that border there, but it'll be close. I mean, it could kind of go up into toward Glen here over the next little bit. But again, continuing to watch things. I know we had some of that storm surge there toward Duval County, getting some of that storm surge there in toward that area. Substantial there, Oakland and the hammocks of Oakland in there. We had water near homes and in low portions of Morris Hammock Drive. The depth is greater than Ian, but less than Irma. High tide is currently ongoing at that location. That's why we talk about the variability with that high tide, because that definitely is impactful depending on what area you're in. It can definitely change your outcome there. Later high tide, earlier high tide, you kind of get the idea. So again, just keeping our eyes on that as we go ahead and go back up toward the north now. Again, watching for maybe some tornado warnings to pop up. We'll just have to wait and see here Just have to be prepared for that potential here. Looking at an anemometer, looks like we're getting some gustier winds now. We need to go ahead and go back to the camera. We need to go back to the camera right now. We just got a tornado warning, but we got to go to the camera real quick because we're getting some interesting stuff there on our anemometer. The wind's taking around here some things. In fact, we just got a gust here, folks, higher than what we had on our peak earlier. 42 miles an hour. Now we had our peak at 41 earlier. Now 42 miles an hour here, about 12:23 or so. So you can kind of see the shaking now. We had a little bit of a rumble a minute ago. You can't really judge all that here when you're listening to that roar here. You can just see the cloud movement. Look at that cloud movement. It's showing how quick things are moving up there into the upper levels. Really kind of to see how, I mean, this is not a loop, folks, or a time lapse. This is live. And it just shows you how quick things are moving out there right now. And again, we just had another tropical storm force gust here, the second one of the day here in Bradford County. So that's definitely noteworthy. Haven't had any of those before until now. We've had two of them now, 41 miles an hour and now 42 miles an hour. That can be knocking out power. That can definitely be problematic here. But another thing that's problematic is that new tornado warning in the north. So let's go ahead and jump there now. Let's go ahead and jump there. This is that circulation we're watching. Tornado warning for parts of Camden and parts of Glenn counties there. It's near Jekyll Island, this circulation here. I know we're getting reports around Dock Junction there of some water on some roadway that's on Oak Grove Island. So that inundation there definitely happening. Definitely a big story here. As we keep on tracking things here on the Doppler. Again, trying to track this circulation. You see this tornado warning. I'm going to check to see if we can fix the storm motion just a little bit here. And that kind of gives us a little bit of an idea of the way things are being drawn. They're kind of a little bit not 100% sure on how this is going to move either because they drew that tornado warning all the way up toward Brunswick proper. So definitely intriguing to see. Definitely intriguing to see here. So this tornado warning goes until 1 o'clock. Northeastern Camden, southwestern Glen at 12:24. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Jekyll Island, or 12 miles southeast of Brunswick, moving northwest at about 40 miles an hour. So you need to be in the interior room, away from windows. Jekyll Island around 12:30 is where this dangerous storm will be near here in short order. Also, the community of Dover Bluff as well. So, got to take tornado precautions as we continue to look at our anemometer for the latest here east of Star to see when we have those stronger gusts. I know I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out now because we're getting a report now out of Jefferson County and the Big Bend. I know this radar's not going to show it as much. Let's go to Tallahassee radar and to give you guys an idea of what we're dealing with. But we're getting a report there. It looks like a complete road closure according to the Jefferson Dispatch. It looks like a tree down there, North Saw and Flatwoods, and then another tree down involving a power line with a complete road closure, Bethpage and Wakena Highway. And the next tree partially blocking, it looks like westbound I-10 there, exit 231. In fact, let's see if we can get that camera up if there's one in that vicinity. Then if we have something in terms of maybe some type of blockage, we have some cameras, obviously, a lot of them along I-10. So that might be something to try to pull up in Jefferson County here as we try to do that on the fly. See what we can say right now, blocking the road. Bear with me here. We'll go ahead and see what we have. I'm going to go ahead and try to click on some of our camera imagery right now. Give me just a moment as it loads on in here as we continue our live coverage of Nicole. Another storm impacting our area, and the first impacting our area here, or the first year impacting our area in November. I mean, since Ada, but really, I mean, hurricane landfall in the state in November, first one since '85. So definitely very noteworthy. Checking more of our cameras. Just bear with me. I'm trying to see if we can get a visual on that tree if it's still down. I don't really see it off the view that I pulled up so far. That's good, but maybe it's already been removed there, not blocking the road now. So we're not sure on that, but I mean, is toward that Exon area. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Let's go back to tornado warning. Camden and Glen could have a tornado here in this area, so we need to get folks into shelter. Again, you can see here we have the circulation now right there still. It may just be just over the water still. There's your new scan. Okay, probably just over land there. This would be just in the Camden County by maybe a mile, give or take. And this is in a pretty rural area, but it'll be crossing 95 here in a little bit. So something to be mindful of is we don't see any debris right now in our correlation coefficient product, but I'm just going to continue to watch everything for you. All of our different resources that we have at our disposal here. We're going to be monitoring all of them here for you as we keep you up to date here this afternoon on Nicole. It's 12:30. During that lunch hour, we're watching that impact here from Nicole. So again, we're going to go ahead and zoom back at it again with this tornado warning to 1 o'clock. So for another 30 minutes or so, a possible tornado in this area. I know we had earlier reports there of some rotation that was aloft in toward the area near the airport in Jacksonville, but not reaching the surface. We want to keep them above the surface. I do see a lightning strike here. I haven't really been getting that here on our maps today locally, and we're getting that now near Brunswick. So might be kind of surprising for folks hearing that rumble of thunder, something like that, here in this situation, because you don't have that lightning too much with tropical systems here. Got a little strike popping up near Brunswick right now. Watching other storms here to see if they're rotating. You can see some areas of weak rotation here, time to time, that we're watching moving in toward parts of Camden, a little bit further off toward the south. Checking some different things behind the scenes right now. See if there's any questions. I don't see any right now, but of course, if you have any, just let me know. As we go ahead and zoom back on out now. You have a tornado warning for parts of Camden and Glen there until about 1 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and have to get to that interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in this area. We have that radar indicated rotation that can definitely be problematic in this scenario. So nothing confirmed, but again, we have this red box. I know we're now getting a mesoscale discussing a 40% chance of a new watch. Here, that was what our probability was earlier for the tornado watch that we got. That lasts until 1, same time as the expiration on this. So be interesting to see if they issue a new tornado watch here or not. We're monitoring that here for you in the Weather Center, getting that latest information in on the different developments that we have here on our hands. Again, seeing these different areas off the coast, it looks like a threat for the tornado potential, as we were alluding to earlier on, is shifting more toward the north in general. But let's go ahead and go up here now. We'll go ahead and shift on up. You see up towards Savannah. Watch possible there. Looks like a band of low-top transient supercells continues to shift northward. So we'll be watching up that way. I saw a report now as we go back to the south. Suwannee County, Wellborn, County Road 137 closed because of some down power lines, power poles, and trees. The county sheriff's office, the fire and power company on scene, and then and toward Franklin County, a gust of 40 miles an hour on Alligator Point. You see some of these heavier downpours are starting to get more toward the Big Bend now. So that could be something they're starting to get around McCulloch County there, around St. Mark's here in Crawfordville. Maybe some gustier winds starting to come into play there as well. I mean, already getting under the west some, but this heavier rain, sometimes you can bring down some gustier winds as well. Right in Tallahassee, right around the main FSU campus here. I don't know classes today, but just continuing to watch things here, continuing to monitor the situation in the centers to the south. But we have all these different impacts here, that northeastern quadrant here. We have these tornado parameters in play. Supercell composite, you have your STP values here up as well. So that can be an issue here for us, obviously. These areas of rotation to the south and east, not as clear right now, but this one here is showing up somewhat. It's not as tight as it was either. As I go ahead and put the last hour mode on, you can kind of see some different areas here. A couple different areas of rotation that we've been dealing with on this map. But we'll just have to keep on monitoring things. Tornado warning still in effect. Let me go ahead and go on over here to other mode. Moving toward Waverly now over the next little bit. Going to be crossing Interstate 95 though soon. This possible tornado. So just have to be kind of mindful of that potential here as we're watching these different areas. Again, interior room away from windows. Let's go ahead and get some of our other systems up here. I'm going to go ahead and get our tornado safety tips up. So give me just a moment. We'll go to that source. I hear the wind picking up. Let's go to camera first then, because I don't want to miss any big gust. Try not to miss the big gust here. You can see the trees going around some 12 miles an hour right now. So not an extreme type of gust. 14 though. On the anemometer, 26 in the last 10 minutes is the peak there in that frame, but 42 is the peak here overall, and that was just a little while ago. We had a gust of 41 earlier. Our first tropical storm force gust in the 2 years with an anemometer, and now our second one here to 42, now 25 miles an hour there for a second. So getting a little bit gustier out there for sure. As we go ahead and go to those tornado safety tips though for our folks in Camden and in Glenn counties now. Oh, there's the trees blowing again. 15 miles an hour, 16 miles an hour. Again, watching our anemometer, 12 miles an hour. You kind of get the idea. Winds out of the east here, 13, 20 miles an hour now. 22 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour. I know, giving you these live little readings here. It's just interesting to do. But continuing to watch the situation, 15 miles an hour, barometric pressure 998 millibars. So tornado safety tips now toward the north here for parts of Camden and Glen. You need to get an interior room away from windows. That's somewhere where you just want to be to protect, to protect yourself here from this tornadic concern. Again, protect yourself from that flying debris potential, bicycle helmet, a football helmet, something like that. As we just got a new tornado warning now. So we have a new tornado warning, possible tornado now near Fernandina Beach. So let's go ahead and go over here now. Let's go ahead and go over here. We have a potential tornado around Fernandina. So let me go ahead and see. Yeah, it's coming right in on them. You need to take shelter now on Fernandina Beach, folks. You need to take shelter there. You need to take shelter in that vicinity. Right now we have some radar indicated rotation moving right in on Fernandina. So take those tornado precautions there in Nassau County now. Let's see if we have any tornado debris or maybe debris right up our water spout. Nothing like that yet, but again, a tornado warning now. This is going to be for parts of Nassau and Camden here until 1 o'clock. So we just got a gust of 31. Let's go back to the camera. Let's go back to the camera now. See what we're doing with it. I hear the winds howling. You can see I'm really picking up here, 26 miles an hour, 19 miles an hour, 18. So definitely see those trees blowing behind me there on the camera side. It's just interesting to get that visual. We want to try to pull these up as quick as we can here in coordination with the anemometer here. But let's go back to the tornado warning then. Again, the trees just blowing out there. Could knock out some power even here. But you see, tornado warning. There's the latest scan. There's your latest scan. That's an interesting signature. More like, I mean, there's some contamination there, but there may be something in there as well. That is tornadic in nature. Again, we have Eula that could be impacted here in the next 7 minutes. Keens Bay Basin in the next 12. St. Mary's here next 17. And Kingsland in the next 22. So a pretty highly populated area we're talking about that could be in the path of this potential tornado. Let's go ahead and check some different things here. So this latest scans, we'll maybe put this up here a little more like this, so with the tracks. So definitely can see some of the enhancements. I continue to look at our anemometer here, getting these different readings in here this afternoon. Just interesting there to watch everything that's happening right now. We have 2 tornado warnings if you're just tuning in, and they're continuing to one to the north now. We just got an update there. Camden and Glen at 12:30, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles east of Waverly, or 9 miles southwest of Brunswick. Is moving west at 60 miles an hour. So we got to be prepared for that possibility here. The winds are still howling outside, folks. I haven't heard that in a while here. Let's take you back to the camera. Go back to the camera now. Look at these trees blowing. You can definitely see them moving around pretty good now. Gust 20 miles an hour, 16 miles an hour. Just seeing some of these different readings here on the anemometer. So again, we had, I guess, the 42 earlier, just recent moments, 41 here a little bit further back in the timeline. So, I mean, these are winds. These might be underdone even a little bit. So that's really something that can start to get closer to knocking out power. I know we even saw, when we weren't on, we saw a leaf blowing around just to this shot here. So that was something that was pretty intriguing to see, because there's no leaves anywhere close to where this camera actually is. But that's just how things go sometimes with the overall setup. 997 millibars. I'm talking about no trees here close to this camera, but it was right there in front of it. So again, continuing to watch barometric pressure under the temperature outside up to 75 here. A lot different in terms of those readings than what we saw there with Ian going back in the timeline. As I continue to watch, readings falling off some, so let's go back for now. Back on over to our other mode. Again, it's definitely something to monitor, that this camera. Let's go back over to the analyst computer now. Tornado warning for Fernandina Beach. Gotta take shelter. Interior room away from windows there. In that area in Nassau County, we have this tornado possibly in that area. Excuse me, I've been on for a while, so if I pause there for a second, I apologize. We have a tornado warning right now for this area. We got a report, Jefferson County. We're talking about some of these different trees down, and this was just coming in as a local storm report. The partial westbound closure on I-10 near mile marker 231, 1 mile north of the community of Nass. As we just continue to look at all of our different resources that we have here in the Weather Center. You can see toward the north now. You have some wind enhancement here. This is showing some rotation, not really lining up good, but you never know here in this tropical environment. Things can be tricky. A tornado here near 95, parts of Camden and parts of Glenn counties here under this until about 1 o'clock. Both tornado warnings go to 1. The tornado watch also goes to 1, so we'll see what they do on that. I'll probably have to keep something in play here, a local extension or something like that for some of our counties from like Nassau northward here, because of that lingering threat that we have in store. So I just have to kind of be prepared there in that regard. But again, by the way, now a new gust in 51 miles an hour at Keaton Beach, 1233 there, Taylor County. So that's something that's just coming down now. Trying to get that information on in. I'm just checking some of our different sources behind the scenes to see what we have going on. I mean, let's see some of these storms in southeast Florida further over. If there's any rotation, maybe some broad rotation for sure. Maybe even something that's trying to tighten up in a couple spots. We'll have to watch those. A bit more instability off toward the east, though. But some rotation here northwest of Fernandina, southeast of St. Mary's, and then some rotation here as we get closer toward 95 there, southeast of Waverly. So again, just watching for all that here. We just got the intermediate advisory on Nicole. So that's just coming out now. I want to give you a position update because we're only getting these every 3 hours. So this is kind of important here to figure out exactly where that center is, where that lowest pressure is, and what is that lowest pressure. And we're down to 997.8 millibars here, east of Stark in Bradford County. Let's see what we have on our other sources here. Give me just a moment. I know we had to get rid of a few things here on our sources when we had the technical issues earlier on. And now we just got a new tornado watch, which we're about to get into. So I'll just give me a second. I'll dive into that. It looks like a pretty long fuse, at least for part of our area. They might have just gone ahead and gone up the coast with that and then drop it as needed. But so that new advisory just coming out from the Hurricane Center in Miami. We'll go ahead and go over that now. 45 mile an hour sustained winds. Again, some of our gusts have been close to that here toward the north, but the center is 45 miles northeast of Tampa and 165 miles west-southwest of Tallahassee. It's moving off toward the northwest at 15 miles an hour. Tropical storm warning for the Florida west coast has been discontinued south of the middle of Longboat Key, but a lot of other warnings still in effect here. Still got to be watching for those threats, of course, from Nicole. So again, just checking our information here. It's coming on in. There's still pretty low pressure. I know Brooksville recently reported a pressure of 989 millibars, so a pretty low type pressure there. Let's get back up to the north. There are tornado warnings in play. Watching the rotational area here. Some rotation here northwest of Fernandina. Takes south. They're moving towards St. Mary's and South Georgia. Possible tornado. Possible enhancement of winds. Possible tornado here moving toward 95. I'm over 95 there as we're getting further up in southeast Georgia as well. Gust to 40, Lowndes County, but off the regional airport. In fact, just in the last 10 minutes or so. Let's go ahead and go back on over. See what else we have now. I know we just had some other updates. Looks like they've gone ahead and actually issued this watch here further on over even some of these areas. So I'm going to try to figure this out. So, okay, so I see what they've done here. It's kind of interesting, but so we'll go ahead and pop this one up. So this tornado watch going all the way up through Savannah, but it does include Jacksonville and Waycross here. This tornado watch now is all the way in effect till 7 o'clock tonight. So a long fused event here, folks, with that tornadic potential as we get these cells to come on in here, depending on how the storm moves. These areas of rotation can get going here, and more drier in the storm. There'll be some instability here. You have to kind of watch for that. Here you have our significant tornado parameter up there somewhat. Our temperatures here in the 70s, I mean almost 80 there toward Jacksonville in November. And dew point values, they're pretty sufficient as well in that area. So just have to keep watching, keep tracking here. Real quick, let's go ahead and kind of see some of these parameters in this mode. And then you see the supercell composite. In fact, let me step out of this side just to kind of see. I mean, extends even a little bit behind me there, which is impressive there on our mapping. I mean, that's a wide area that's going to be moving up there, further up toward the north and northwest as we look ahead here, look ahead in the timeline. So definitely have to watch for that here with this elevated tornado threat from Nicole here. We're watching the storm system definitely have its impacts be felt here in towards some of the viewing circles still in terms of the tornado threat. The tornado warning is continuing now at 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and zoom on in here. It's the one for Nassau and Camden. It's this area right here. You see some rotation south of St. Mary's. You see some more rotation there around 95 as well. I know I keep hearing the winds howl, but we can't always look at the wind gauge or the camera. But the winds aren't up really high on there right now. But we'll keep on watching and keep on tracking. I know some of these tornado watch areas have been canceled out, but then the watches for other areas have been issued. So actually, it looks like the way this is done, I kind of misread this, I think. No, I don't know. Okay. Maybe I didn't. There's a few different watches being issued here. So, actually, I think I did misread this. And the one here, so they canceled the one. They're dropping some of those. Actually, no, Nassau. I do not believe Nassau or Duval is going to be in the new watch then. But we're going to have all of our southeastern Georgia zones here. And that makes a little more sense. I thought they might keep Nassau in there, but I think this banding here is kind of going further on up toward the north. So that new beep is just kind of a clarification there. You see that everything overlapping there on us. I know, and they just canceled the tornado warning for Camden and Glen. So the rotation here is kind of ramped on down. So that's some good news. That box will go away, but we still have this box right near the state line. A Florida-Georgia line here, a possible tornado here on Fernandina Beach. Rotation not really impressive, but still got to be on guard here. You just never know. Could have at least wind enhancement. Still could knock out power even if it's not a tornado. The wind enhancement could. There's heading right towards St. Mary's there in Camden County. So we just have to be kind of on guard here. Keep hearing the wind howl and howl here, though, east of Stark. So that's something that's worth noting, too. But let's go ahead. We'll go ahead now and go back on over to other mode. Again, continue to watch some of our different areas here on the Doppler. That's a storm that we're watching. Some of the other areas aren't as organized right now, but we have to watch more areas, though, that could kind of become problematic coming off the Atlantic. I know we're just going to keep on tracking the center of the storm. It's in here as it moves off toward the north and the west there. In general, that motion They just did another update on it. I must have had to change something, but in terms of maybe some type of issue. But northwest 15 miles an hour, 998 millibars, that pressure over the storm system. Gust of 15 now. Let me go ahead and go back on over here to the camera. Again, you can see here the trees aren't shaking as much maybe as we were seeing a moment ago, but still definitely intriguing to see. So you just have to be kind of mindful. You see maybe a little bit of a pickup there, but again, to get a gust of 41, 42 miles an hour is pretty impressive here on this Thursday. With what was a hurricane, now a tropical storm with those 45-mile-an-hour sustained winds, but again, the lower pressure here promoting a stronger system, a wide wind field as we continue to reiterate. You see the trees shaking again. I mean, that's just the nature of things here with this setup. Gonna continue back and forth there. So again, just checking here the latest information. Let's go back to the tornado warning for parts of Camden and Nassau now. Areas around St. Mary's being impacted there at the present time. I know we've had all these high water levels. Challenging or coming close to or breaking levels during like Matthew and maybe coming close to Irma, give or take, depending on where you're at. It's really impressive, the high tide cycles coming into play here, and just really telling that story, but we still got to watch. By the way, an update now, report from a co-worker there, him radio operator saying on Blythe Island, 1 foot of water in a home around Brunswick. So storm surge 1 street closer to the water from there. So just got to really be watching that as that still comes on in. Now the storm surge is not coming in right now around Cedar Key necessarily, but as this storm system moves off to the north and west here, we'll start. And depending on how far now, if it kind of depends on how it moves here, because the way I'm looking at this a little bit is if eventually as it moves on up toward the north and west, depending on how far west it goes, it could be pulling that water in here. That's what some of our models have been showing. So some of our modeling has been showing. Gust to 20 now here. So let's go back to the camera again. Try to give you another visual. You see the trees taking some. It's not extreme, but 17 miles an hour there. Definitely telling that weather story. Let's go ahead and go back. Taking a look here. Taking a look right now, St. Mary's. You see some rotation, but not really impressive. I know we just had a gust of 41 miles an hour to Perry area there in Taylor County. That can knock out a little bit of power, cause some issues. Let's go back on over to poweroutage.us mapping now. As we continue along, I know we've been here for a while. I want to give you a new power outage update now as we continue to try to see what's happening here with the overall conditions. I know our pressure down to 997.4, so that tells you just how low things are getting here with this setup. But again, here's your outage map now. Let's go ahead and refresh this. You can see the number changing, going down some overall in the state. I just want the Georgia number to be going on up. Definitely have to keep our eyes on that. See Brevard County about 77,000 customers in the dark. Volusia County about 37,000. Putnam County over 5,500. Here in Bradford County over 1,000. Clay County over 4,000. St. Johns County nearly 7,000. Duval County about 4,000. Nassau County over 1,000. Suwannee County over 2,000. Columbia 720. Hamilton about 430. Madison over 1,000. Taylor over 1,000. You see what color starting to get some too now. Leon over a couple thousand there as well. So those conditions deteriorating out west. Gust here to 23 out of the east is now here. East is dark for your information. Keep in mind now these numbers are going to be lower than what we're actually maybe getting in toward these areas. It's just a matter of anemometers comparing now, but still pretty high gusts. What we're talking about here. On this Thursday. So continuing to watch, continue to monitor the situation. Gust to 25 now. Get back to the camera. Here's some rumbling out there. Let's go back over to our camera then. I know we keep popping it up. I just think it's helpful. It's easier to pull this one up than a camera somewhere else here, really. Just trying to give you guys an idea. I'm looking at my anemometer over there if you're wondering what I'm doing. Dropping on off some, but the trees picking up with that movement some. So this varies as you would expect here with a tropical storm scenario. That tropical storm definitely being felt. Though sometimes you get these tropical storms And the winds, you don't really get the measurements. We've already got here 2 on our anemometer. We never got any during Elsa, anywhere that close. But you see the winds blowing again. You're 22 miles an hour, and from the east pretty much in that direction. We've already had 2 gusts of tropical force here on our anemometer, so that really tells the weather story this afternoon, as we're looking at some of our different circumstances that we're dealing with here as we continue to watch the situation. And we still got to watch some of these other storms here coming off toward the coast. Let's go back over to other source now. Go back to the analyst computer. Give me just a moment here. Continue to watch, continue to track things. The rotation looks like it may be picking up a little bit there, but it's not really tight. It's kind of a false echo to the north, I think. Yeah, some rotation there. That's to St. Mary's, but some broad rotation, a bunch of other storms, but nothing that's really, really robust right now. Gotta keep your eyes on things. But tornado warning continuing for another 5 minutes or so for parts of Camden and Nassau, mainly into Camden now with that rotation. So that's the storyline that we're dealing with here at the present time. Again, it's just interesting to watch all our different things here in the weather center. Look for debris here. Any type of tornado debris. Doesn't look like it's really co-located. I gotta make sure that a little something there maybe, but that might just be on the edge of the storm. Tired eyes here, folks. So I don't really see anything that's standing out too much, so I don't think. So that's the good news. We'll have that tornado warning go away here in just a moment. And if we do, we'll probably take a break here for a little bit to kind of catch our breath again here in the weather center. But we gotta keep our eyes on this tornado warning, this red box. It is expired at tornado warning going away now for Nassau and Camden. So gust to 15 right now here. So what we're going to do right now, we're approaching 1 o'clock. We've had these storm surge values go up, high tides. Some areas have to still deal with the potential here for some of these higher water levels, but a lot of the areas are already getting past the worst of it in terms of the water levels. We still have the winds moving through, knocking out more power. We'll be here. We'll pop back in on this stream here in a little bit, but I need to go ahead and catch my breath right now, as I know the tornado watch there, they're already okay, so they canceled that Duval and Nassau here. I think they're talking about the one watch that gets a little bit odd, but we'll just kind of keep our eyes on things. I know as we're dealing with this threat, we'll keep our eyes on it. Look at all these tropical reports the Tallahassee office has on this northwest side now of these gusts. Definitely impressive. You see the yellow area officially going away for Duval and Nassau, but tornado threat continues. We'll be here. We'll pop back in on this stream here in the next few moments if we need to, but we're just going to keep it going. So maybe off for a little bit. Here, we're just kind of play it by ear on this Thursday, this historic day with our hurricane earlier, Nicole, now about 10 hours after that landfall. Still a tropical storm and still having that impact here across the area with those strong winds. I know storm surge now. Talleyrand being reported by broadcast media in Duval County. Significant flooding in neighborhoods near the Trout River for the past few hours. Some areas seeing 2.5 feet of water, and now also a house fire being reported. So you hate to hear stuff like that. That's why I've been talking about this surge threat, and now that's getting, maybe causing electrical issues. They're just kind of reading into that a little bit. So it's got to be really, really careful. We're going to gather more information. We're near the 1 o'clock hour. We'll keep the stream going. I'll be able to pop in. If we get a new tornado warning or something, we need to pop in more pertinent with. But we're not going to set the timer for the update for now. We just need to take a break here as we have a lot of information here to gather as we continue to watch. But if we get a tornado warning, we'll be on immediately. Keep you, your friends, and your family safe here on this Thursday with Nicole. There's a look at it right now. We'll continue to watch this storm, continue to watch that threat here of some nasty, nasty weather here on this Thursday with tropical storm Nicole. So 15-mile-an-hour gust, 16-mile-an-hour gust now out of the east. Here's the viewpoint. I'll step on out to say you guys this. We'll just continue to watch everything here in the weather center and pop back in as necessary here. But for now, let's go ahead and leave you with that radar view here on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, all those different platforms, trying to keep you guys up to date on here on this Thursday. Meteorologist Casey Cloud popping back on about 2:12 here on this Thursday. Continuing to track Nicole. I'm going to go ahead and step back in front of the weather wall now as we're monitoring this situation. You can see here our storm system, the center down toward the south, towards some of our southwestern zones, really, and we're getting some gusts of tropical force here. Areas like Gainesville, I know some of these areas may start to have some more power outages. We've already seen that here over the last little bit toward Marion County. So just be careful. Make sure you're charging those devices. Chart up those devices here. I know areas toward the east, we've seen things improve. The storm's moving northwestward generally, so that's going to kind of improve things there. Areas like Flagler, St. Johns counties here. That's some good news because we've seen some really, really nasty coastal impacts that rival there. Storms like Matthew and Irma here. Some areas worse than Matthew. Some areas maybe just under that Irma level, or just kind of in that general range. So it depends on exactly what we're talking. I know one of the more recent reports there, San Marco area, some media reports there, the Southampton neighborhood experiencing some storm surge flooding as about 1:55. The streets are flooded with, looks like water surrounding, if not possibly inside a home. So you hate to hear that stuff, but that wind direction still has been a factor to some extent here, depending on exactly where you are here in the overall setup. I know we do want to see that wind direction. We have shown this to you in a little bit here, but it kind of does show a little bit of a shifting of this. So that's kind of important to note here as we are monitoring this weather situation. So let's go over to our GRS computer. You can see here as you get to word like Flagler County, you see the winds aren't necessarily blowing on in here, and we're past the high tide, but then you up to the northeast, you have some of this coming on in. That's something that we got to watch for, as that can coincide here with certain things and cause issues. So again, we're watching that lowest pressure here off toward the nature coast. You kind of see our center, maybe right off the coast, right on it. It's a little bit tricky exactly where it's at, but somewhere there close toward Levy County here is where we have that center of circulation here right now within our covered area, actually. But you have, again, such a large system here, so the impacts haven't been necessarily really in toward just certain spots. They've been in a very, very widespread manner as we're getting more reporting out of the Palm Coast area now. Bob Pickering there, emergency management in that area, talking that Flagler Beach fire rescues assisting some who have been stranded by the surge. Water levels in Palm Coast have started to fall. A1A is shut down in multiple locations in South Flagler with a few collapses and washouts with the winds. They've also started to ease over. Still getting gales along the immediate beaches, but over 6,000 with no power, according to FP&L. So that's not an extreme number, but still, it is substantial enough here to be problematic to some degree. Still for tornado watch, I know we would have jumped in here in the last hour or so if we had any tornado warnings popping up, but we haven't had that for a little bit. So trying to catch our breath here just a little bit in the weather center because we still have that chance. We still have that tornado watch for parts of southeastern Georgia here until 7 o'clock tonight. Areas like Waycross, Brunswick, under this potential. I know it's starting to subside here for now toward Camden and Glen. Keep in mind, though, there's a chance some of the models are reforming stuff on the southeastern quadrant, and this goes back up toward the north here tomorrow. You see that track as I zoom out here to some degree. I know actually it's not showing it as far north because it becomes extra tropical, but I'll take the temperature off. I know it's kind of interesting to watch the temperature contrast here, but you can kind of see this track here as it moves on up. We could start to get some development in the southeastern quadrant. I know we saw that with some of our systems there in 04. So just kind of interesting to see here, and it's just interesting to see how things set on up on us here for sure across the state, across the region. Really, I know these areas did not need that damaging surge here along the coast after what they saw with Ian on the East Coast. I'm talking about. Unfortunately, that they got at Volusia County. I mean, we're having issues again. Some water levels again falling toward Palm Coast, but multiple homes impacted by the surge as we're getting that reporting in toward Flagler County. So it's just not a good situation here to be in. Not a good situation to have to deal with for sure. You see our supercell composite values across southeastern Georgia right now. But we just have to continue to watch here to see if things actually rotate enough to maybe cause a tornado warning to be issued. Haven't had any in a little bit. Under the other rotations here, we had maybe low ones, but I haven't had any confirmations of tornado touchdowns here, so that's some good news. But I know this is going to, again, switch direction a little on us here, so that kind of, it doesn't necessarily push us all the way out. It kind of comes back in to some degree, but I know we have some of this rain and wind here toward Alachua County right now. Not as much rain in Bradford, but I'm looking at my anemometer. The last 10 minutes, the highest gust here was 26 miles an hour, so hear that rumbling from time to time out here. The highest reading today was there at about 42 miles an hour. As we go ahead and continue to watch things, I'm going to go ahead and pull that camera up. I've been pulling it up from time to time. You still see those clouds moving across here. You can definitely see what we're dealing with here. The winds aloft, and then the trees blowing here time to time. Not at this moment as much, but and then we're getting more reports out of like Jefferson County, that general vicinity now, of a large tree down on power lines on Highway 19. So that really does tell the story here. Continuing to watch things, you can just kind of see what we're dealing with out there toward the Big Bend, even though it's not an organized system. I just have to kind of continue to watch things here with this setup, because we just kind of see some different things that can go wrong here and cause issues. You really don't want to be out on the road with trees falling, things like that. But you can see here right now our storm system go a little further west and then kind of go back to the north. That can have the potential to bring some of that surge on into areas like Cedar Key here. We have to just watch for that threat as we continue to go along here in this situation. I know we're checking some different things behind the scenes right now. Let me go to our power outage.us mapping. In fact, let's see if we can get an update on this here. So this is an update from just before 2 o'clock, and I'll go ahead and refresh this for you here live. So then we're actually went back up a little bit here, just under 300,000 customers in the dark right now. So just trying to give you an idea of what's going on. You see Levy County about 1,000, Marion County over 19,000, Putnam County there over 6,000, Flagler over 6,500. St. Johns County nearly 13,000. Clay County there, as we get to the north here, almost 3,000. Bradford County about 800 or so. Not as many maybe in Union. Columbia over 1,000. Suwanee almost 3,000. Madison close to 2,000. Jefferson about 500. Leon almost 5,000. McCulloch County about 100. And then outside of our area, you see toward Central Florida about 5,500. And Lake County, Orange County almost 34,000. Seminole County over 25,000. Volusia County almost 32,000. Brevard County almost 80,000, just over 79,000. And Indian River County, where it actually made landfall, not as many. Just the structure of the storm not promoting that as much, with the winds more tilted to the north and even the northeast here. But I mean, this is not the type of percentages we saw with Ian necessarily. I mean, that's the good news, but still some outages on the board, some different issues, things like trees falling and the like. So just got to keep that in mind here. Checking some things behind the scenes right now in the coverage. Again, trying to see if we have any new information. There are no road obstruction there toward 185th Street and 26th Avenue around Stark. And then a wire down there in Laurie 20th Avenue. So just got to be kind of mindful of some of these different impacts here. From Nicole, again, 6 weeks later, I guess you could say. In about a day, well, actually 6 weeks for our particular area, really. I mean, 6 weeks in a day if you count what happened toward Fort Myers, but just incredible here with another storm impacting us here toward the first coast and toward the Sunshine State. Definitely, and not what you want to see. The barometric pressure rotating here, kind of between about 997, 998 right now. So we're just going to continue to see how things transpire here. I know we're kind of lost for words from time to time because we've been on for so long, but want to make sure we just give you the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here from the Weather Center. So again, continuing to watch things. I'll come back on the camera right now, continuing to monitor the situation. Again, just seeing how things are developing. See if we get any rotation to the north that results in some tornado warnings being issued. Right now, there's nothing tight enough, and that's to be a false echo, I would hope and think. Wonder, I mean, we'll check that. I think we would have heard something from if that was something that was really realistic. But Let's check here. Well, there is some rotation there. I don't know if it's that realistic, but let's check the Vedoster radar there. We need to watch that out there west of Waycross a little bit because it's showing up on some of our tools here behind the scenes. I'm definitely watching things here in the Weather Center. There's some rotation there. Maybe not quite as high as rotation track was showing, but that's at least worth watching here. Let's go ahead and go back on over. Let's go ahead and go back on over to our GR2 analyst computer. I hear the wind outside, but I guess not outside right now. But you see some rotation here just south of Millwood. We'll have to see if we get some type of warning on this. There's some definite interesting rotational parameters there in that area. So, I mean, we'll just have to see. It's not really gate to gate in a traditional sense, but it's intriguing. I mean, you see there even something in our correlation coefficient products. So, I mean, not that this is a tornado on the ground necessarily, but something to watch. They're moving in the Millwood direction there right now in South Georgia. We'll watch it, see if we get a tornado warning issued for this area. We're looking west of Waycross right now. So we'll just have to see if we get some type of tornado warning issued here over the next little bit. Again, we have the winds that are going toward the radar and away from the radar here. So that definitely is showing some rotation. I mean, it's not a traditional rotation, but it's in a weird spot on the storm. But it's worth monitoring for sure. I mean, just got to keep your eyes on things like this because sometimes tornadoes can develop with little or no advanced warnings. So we'll watch that there, moving in the direction of Millwood into where these communities. And now just trying to see what our radar is showing with this overall setup in toward parts of Rural County. I know we're actually getting more storm surge reporting in. Zoom back on out. This is out of Duval County. Surge inundation ongoing there at Memorial Park, Margaret Street, and Riverside Avenue during high tide. The broadcast media report says the reporter saw people walking in the water, and the water was up to their mid-thigh, with nearby gauges in the major flood stage, observing 3.25 to 3.35 feet up there. So definitely intriguing to see. Not what you want to see here on this Thursday, a historic type of event in terms of these water levels. Again, there's a significant weather advisory for this now, so they must have a reason for not issuing some type of maybe like tornado warning on this right now here, moving toward Millwood. Let me see if we have our significant weather advisories checked on, so we'll see what this says here in a moment. But it's 4 parts of Atkinson, Coffee, and Ware. It's just headed in a direction there that kind of bad is up. Looks like the direction of Millwood there. So we just need to watch because that looks pretty enhanced here in nature. Just have to kind of see how things evolve on us here as our tropical storm does impact parts of the area. So again, still watching. I mean, we have a little bit of rotation to the east, but this is just really bright. More in one direction though too. I know we're using different things between the radar here. And let me go ahead and just take off one of our modes here. Give me just a moment. I wanted to switch something on here. Take off, and it's not showing up as much when we have it in the other mode. You can see though, you had it. This is just a straight mode there where we're not using direction. I know I'm using analyst, but it's just something that's interesting to see there when we were watching the storm, and that's based on kind of the movement of the other storms. We're showing that rotation there somewhat. So, well, this event at least has a significant weather advisory on it. We'll continue to watch things here in this area. Here's some things, by the way, bouncing around outside where we're at east of Stark. So, just going to continue to watch things here. Continue to monitor the situation. Again, still watching some things up there. The rotation maybe still showing up pretty tight, actually. Hoping it wouldn't be quite as tight there, but still pretty tight. We're seeing we can get to 45 to 55 in that area there toward the north, the possibility. So kind of interesting to see something like that coming out. But land spouts and 45 to 55 mile an hour winds with this moving west at 30 miles an hour. So we'll just continue to watch all this here as it does transpire here. Some of that rotation around Millwood right now, looking off that Moody Air Force Base radar. So if we get a tornado warning, we'll jump in immediately here. But right now, I think I'll go ahead and just take it back to the radar like we've been showing here over the last little bit. So stay tuned here, stay safe. as we continue to watch our tropical storm Nicole impact parts of the area here more severely than others. I know a lot of reports out of Taylor County with those trees falling there, a tree down a power line in the 1000 block of East Julia there into Ward Taylor County. So just going to keep watching all of our different views here. Try not to lose my voice, then we'll be back here as needed in the Weather Center. Of course, if we get a tornado warning, we'll be on at once. So keep that in mind. Keep the stream ready, ready there to go if you want to listen for maybe live tornado coverage.
This is a clouds weather alert. Tracking Nicole.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, about 4:30, to go ahead and wrap up this stream more than likely. I know we're seeing some different things coming in the chat still, but it's a situation here where even though some individual communities could still experience the worst that Nicole has to offer, for the most part here, many of our areas have already seen the worst of Nicole. Now, we will do a radar stream here, and we'll still be able to cut into that if necessary with tornado warnings, but we'll do that off camera. That's at least the plan here at this point. As I know, we had a gust a little while ago there, about 2:40 this afternoon to 54 miles an hour at the University of Florida there, that weather sim station. That's what you would have a significant weather advisory with during the summer. And we have had some severe type gusts, though, that have caused some power outages. I mean, even up into towards southwestern Georgia, seeing some wind reports, some issues here. I know some vehicles here, unfortunately, having to deal with that wind. I know we had some of that issue arise there toward Jacksonville as well. So I just have to still be watching. We still have the tornado watch here for a few of our counties until 7 o'clock technically. So again, we'll still be on standby. We're not going too far from the weather center here, that's for sure. But you can see here, we still have that tornado threat, but more of that's pushing off toward the north now. Zoom in real quick here on our mapping. You'll kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. You see Glenn County here in our area there, over toward Nahunta as well, under this tornado threat. But a lot of this threat getting more up toward the north, even though our storm system is centered toward the south here, is straddling the Gulf Coast really, so maybe not making another landfall here. It could, in theory, go back in the Gulf and then come back across there, but we wouldn't really strengthen. And the storm surge estimates here, the forecast numbers have dropped now for both our area around Jacksonville and our area toward the Gulf Coast. For Jacksonville, now we can't write our individual spots, still getting a little bit higher with high tide later on, but the overall forecast is for lower overall storm surge amounts. Now for the Gulf Coast, the wind direction hadn't set up quite like it needed to here. To cause the bigger problems, and that's good news as this track kind of moves on in. I see the wind direction kind of, so we'll still have some of that coming in, but it didn't seem like we'll really be able to get that push of surge here. The forecast still for 2 to 4 feet there instead of 3 to 5, and that's the same for some other areas. Those storm surge warning in place, so don't let your guard down, but that's more likely you'd get with a coastal flood advisory here. So something that we still need to watch, and still can be dangerous, still can be deadly. Folks can be electrocuted in the water. We've seen some issues there like that toward the first coast earlier on, so gotta still be careful. Still getting gusting that 30-40 range. I don't recommend you going out unless you have to, but I know 42-mile-an-hour gust there toward the Kelowna Stage area around Tallahassee. But again, these are significant weather advisory type gusts. Not really seeing those severe gusts. We haven't seen many of those here in the recent hours, really. That's why we've kind of relaxed coverage to some extent, but still staying on standby for those spin-up tornadoes, that tornadic potential. We haven't had a tornado warning in a while now, a pop-up on the board in our covered area. Not to say that we won't have one pop up again. We still got to watch maybe some more rain forming in the morning, even back behind as this kind of moves up there and brings the rest of the moisture with it. And that moisture could drag across north central Florida, but I know where we're at right now here east of Stark. Things looking quite a bit better in terms of the radar picture here, but we still have to look at that camera outside because it's still pretty windy out there. You can see the clouds really moving still. Latest got 7 miles an hour. Had a gust as high as 42 earlier on though, which is definitely impressive. In the last 10 minutes, we got a 17 miles an hour. Minimal pressure, though, up to 999 millibars, is now rising here, indicating we've seen it in that way of thinking the worst of the storm. I know power lines down across State Road 133 south toward Berlin and Colquitt County. We still have a tropical storm warning in play for all of our counties, it looks like. So let me go ahead and kind of give you a broad perspective. I mean, it's a situation here that's unusual in nature because of the overall setup that we're dealing with. I know some roads still being closed up there because of the wind potential. They're knocking things down. I mean, but these aren't necessarily winds that are really, really strong. It's just the overall wind pattern here and that's causing issues. So you still got to be careful out there, no doubt. You see, like, the tropical storm warning down toward Orlando, no longer a factor. But as you get up toward the north, we still have all our counties under a tropical storm warning. Technically not all these areas are going to get, or not many of these areas even, are going to get those sustained tropical force winds here as we look ahead in the timeline. But some will still get the gust here for sure. So we have to just still watch for all of that. Let's go ahead now and punch on up here our graphics. We have a little graphic sequence here that we want to kind of go over with you. So let's go ahead and do that now. Again, continuing to watch this situation carefully here. In the Weather Center, we've been here, we went on since 2 a.m. on and off. A lot of that coverage here earlier on with the landfall of this hurricane, as we weren't supposed to have a hurricane here based on climatology really in November hitting Florida, but we had one, the first one to hit Florida since 1985, since Hurricane Kate there hit the Tallahassee, a Big Bend, Panhandle area, the Cat 2. This was a Cat 1. It was a little more of a wind producer there, but it's still causing issues with the wind, with that surge really beats beating here along the East Coast. I mean, Volusia County down to the south, really vulnerable because of what Ian did. So he was able, Nicole was, to take advantage there and wreak some havoc. Just really hate to see that. But Nicole there, you can see on our list, is still a tropical storm for now. Hurricane season running for a few more weeks. Hopefully we don't have to deal with any more of these type of systems. But earlier at 3 a.m. we had that landfall there as a Category 1 hurricane with a 74 to 95 mile an hour winds there as we got down there toward Vero Beach there. You kind of get the idea, that general area there in Indian River County. And then the current information though is max sustained winds down to about 45 miles an hour. Saw this a little earlier on. They're not really dropping them as much now because still those winds kind of hanging around. The minimum central pressure 990 millibars, so that's going up some, but still kind of low. I mean, we're at 999 here east of Stark. That present movement northwest at 15 miles an hour, so it's moving pretty quickly relative to some other storms, but still an impact. And I see in Calhoun County, just west of our area, gusts of 42 miles an hour. Recently, they're at a Bunchtown Elementary School, that Weatherston Station reporting that. So still getting these gusts out there. We still have tropical storm warnings in play for many areas. But we saw this hurricane warnings drop much earlier this morning, even though we had all these nasty conditions around. Now, in terms of some more weather information here, that storm surge is something you really want to know about here. This is the latest forecast. So now there's still localized areas, maybe in the St. Johns River Basin, that we still have to watch. And if we really see something develop, we'll always be able to cut in here. We still have that option, but and we'll still have the radar stream here. That's the plan going, but it'll be more of a double box type stream. We're not planning to cut in unless we have a tornado warning or some type of situation. Maybe that surge really ramping on up on its high tide there toward that 11 o'clock hour in parts of Duval County. So we're watching that, but the forecast overall is now for 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, according to the National Hurricane Center, instead of 3 to 5 feet. Same there from the Altamaha Sound to the Flagler Volusia County line. And then as you look here, the Ocklackney River toward Indian Pass, only 1 to 2 feet, but then Ocklackney River to the Ant Clout River there, that's been reduced as well from 3 to 5 feet down to 2 to 4 feet. So that's some good news here. Still, Flagler to Volusia County line there, Altamaha Sound to that area. We have that storm surge warning in effect. We have the mouth of the St. Johns River to Georgetown there in Putnam County. And we have the Ant Clout River to Ocklackney River. Just in case here, I know that's generally what you'd have more of the coastal flood warning type of criteria as well. So something to kind of just be watching here. As we look here at some of these levels earlier on now, we still are trying to evaluate the exact levels we saw with Nicole, but it's up here, one of the higher South Bank Riverwalk water levels that we had with Nicole, St. Augustine, some of the higher levels for Indiana Beach. We'll try to figure that all out here in the days to come exactly. I know we got some of the totals in here, the estimates and numbers that are being reported, but it seemed like the greatest concern was that high tide here late Thursday morning. We're really focusing in more continuous type coverage, but I will go ahead and say it now. Mayport here, the greatest concern, likely at high tide around mid-morning on Thursday. So again, you see comparatively that 3 to 5 feet range we were talking about earlier on, and we saw these numbers in that range. It was definitely up there, worse than Ian in many areas here, and some areas closer to Irma, some areas closer to Matthew. Definitely an impactful situation, a lot of damage, a lot of issues here. Once again, unbelievable to have so many of these just kind of repeat themselves over the last several years, and we've been watching them all for you here. It's just you hate to see it, but Now, tornado safety tips, we still got to stay aware since we've got tornado watch for a couple of our southeast Georgia counties. We still have a rogue threat here. It could hang around into tomorrow, possibly, not really outlined, but just make sure in case of power loss from the wind or just from the tornado itself, we want to target those devices there. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, just to be on guard. But the overall threat is dropping here, but it's not zero. Even, I mean, toward the southeastern area, I just remember with Gene and Francis, we had that threat really linger with the fricks in there as things kind of redevelop. So I can't rule anything out here as we look ahead toward Friday morning, even. So just be watching. But just remember whenever a tornado warning is issued, if you have that threat, then a bicycle helmet or football helmet can be helpful in those type of situations to protect from that potential flying debris. Now, as we look here over toward the covered area, of course, we'll be on for any tornado warning like we always have been over the last 2 years. I know we had to go in our backup system earlier to do it, but we had some technical issues. But we've got on there very quickly for that tornado warning for parts of Duval and Nassau. And so far, we haven't had any tornado damage reports, which is definitely some good news because that would enhance that wind damage potential. Not saying we won't have any later on, or maybe more up towards Savannah, the Carolinas. That threat will still be there as we look ahead. But definitely interesting weather pattern to know. A snowstorm there, north central part of the U.S., and they're dealing with that. At least we're not dealing with snow, but it's just a very unusual situation to have this in November take place here as we're watching some different things. And then, according to my Davis weather station, I wanted to see a couple factors here we've been dealing with in terms of peak wind gusts. I know we had 42 miles an hour there out of the east at 12:23 this afternoon. And I know that's the first, well, that's the second tropical force gust we've had, both of them today, on that over the last 2 years. So definitely getting those higher measurements, maybe higher in some other areas here. It just depends. Here it might be underdoing a little, but as we've talked about, it probably is. But the lowest pressure here, 997 millibars, that's one of the lowest ones we've had here. Lowest we've had this year for sure in areas east of Stark, so indicating a stronger storm system. Now the pressure is 999 millibars. And then the temperature outside still 73 degrees, so quite a bit warmer than how we were set up there with Ian, which is just strange to think about here how that setup went. But we're going to have cool air later on in toward the weekend, so that's something to kind of be mindful of here as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline later on in the weekend. I'm saying maybe not Saturdays. I might haven't had a chance to really study the numbers, but maybe more Sunday, something in that range. So just interesting to see some of these different numbers here. I'll break down the meteorology of things with Nicole. Just definitely intriguing. Some more information. I do want to go to our power outage numbers now. They're just kind of interesting here in nature. I mean, you see our winds 30s, 40s, and spots, but I mean, we're not seeing these widespread tropical force gusts even across the area. You are getting some damage. You still got to watch out for that potential. I know that rain out there toward I-10 and I-75, that corridor there, that can lead to accidents. We've had accidents out there. You just got to be safe, obviously. Stay safe, but at least we're not seeing flash flood warnings or at this point any more tornado warnings here on the board that you'll sometimes really see more rampant in these setups. I know. Let me go ahead and go on over right now, though, the power outage.us. We have that information up from a little while ago. I might refresh it for you guys here in just a second, but let me go ahead and pop it up here. Actually, I hear the wind picking up where we're at, but it doesn't look like it jumped too high, so we won't take it over about 15 miles an hour, but we won't take it over to the camera for now. But you see here, our number's about 250,000 in the dark as of a little while ago, and we'll run this update again now. We'll kind of go on through and refresh this, and the latest number dropped a little bit with this, so that's good. You see some of our different areas, outages really vary. Let's go off toward Franklin County, only a few. Liberty, only a few. Gadsden, same story. Leon, about 5,634 customers in the dark. McCulloch County, they're about 20. Jefferson County, about 800. Taylor County, about 400 or so. Madison County, almost 200. Suwannee County, there you see about 1,600 or so. Hamilton, about 300. Just kind of checking some of these different numbers here. You can see Columbia County, they're about 3,700. Union County, a little over 1,000. Alachua County, about 7,000. Gilchrist County, about 700 or so. Levy, about 900 or so. See Bradford and Union, again, just kind of checking these numbers, not extreme, but Just watching, you see Clay County's dropped some from earlier, about 2,000 or so, a little less than that. Duval about 5,000. So 305 outages there in Nassau. Over towards St. John's now is 15,000. Putnam County about 4,000. Flagler County about 6,000. Marion County here about 20,000. So it's just kind of interesting to look at some of these numbers. You see Volusia County there about 25,000 or so, and Brevard County about 66,000. So the numbers are what you would call, for most spots, scattered outages to maybe isolated. Some areas a little more widespread, like in Brevard County, where we had worst of the accident kind of come across there on the northern side of things with the wind coming off the water. But we're not seeing the percentages like what we saw with Ian here. We had multiple counties way over in that 80-90% range. So that's the good news. But still, almost 250,000 folks in the dark. You just got to remember to be careful there with generators. You want to make sure you're really staying safe with those, and watch out for those down power lines, because they can be deadly. We really have to be paying attention, because if that's in the water, you don't see it. That can lead to electrocution. You just really have to be careful here. Even if things maybe look calmer in some ways, after the storm, we have a lot of injuries and fatalities. So you really got to be careful out there as we're looking at things here with the overall meteorology of this scenario. So again, looking at these outages here, let's go up to Georgia. I wanted to see, we haven't really checked on these since we're kind of wrapping it up with the states, and unless we have something that we really need to break in for. I want to go over to Georgia now. You can see about 8,000 customers in the darker, so give or take up there. Southern Georgia counties, so looking like Brooks County about 247, Thomas County around Thomasville, that area 461 customers, Baker County there about 59. Some of these may actually be further up, because we're not seeing a whole high number overall. Glenn County, they almost 1,400, but these are not overwhelming type of numbers. So that's the good news here. Definitely the good news here from our storm system Nicole. So again, I'm just trying to break some of these different numbers down here for you, give you an idea of where the outages are more densely packed, and where they're not as densely packed. So again, continue to watch some different things here. We've had some trees down here and there, some lines down. You just have to be cognizant of those, obviously, and remember, if the power is at a traffic light, just treat that as a four-way stop. That's something to do here as well. I mean, this banding feature may enhance the wind some, but I know if you're watching it dark, the worst of this here should be going more off toward the west here. Should be going more off toward the west in general here, as you kind of see things. So that's the good news as the system moves off toward the north and west here. Still some lighter rain maybe mixing in. I was outside a little while ago, didn't have too much of that, but it was there. So just kind of keep that in mind. And we're still watching these showers. We were talking about all this earlier on with how this tornado threat that could be evolving, but a lot of that seems to be more north of our counties here at this point. Though as I talk about that, we just got a significant weather advisory now until 5:30 for parts of Bacon, Coffee, and northern Ware. So let's see. It might be some of this accent up here. Doesn't look all that impressive, but you see it gets in that 30 range there. Of course, if we have something that we need to be on for, we'll do it. We'll be here for you, but we're monitoring that probably more behind the scenes here, unless something pops up on us in the next few moments in terms of some type of tornado warning. Of course, we'll be able to be on, we'll just be off camera, but you see here, this is what we're watching. It's moving there around Nichols, it looks like. So let's go ahead and, as I lose my voice there, I apologize, but it's been a really, really long period here as we've been watching things. But let me go ahead and go on in here now around Nichols, inward parts of Coffee County, the Bacon County area. So we have some stronger wind there showing up, at least around Nichols. We'll just have to watch that. They're saying here could have winds of 50 to 55 and some land spouts. So wouldn't get any severe thunderstorm warnings because of the nature of things with the tropical storm warning in play. But obviously you can get a tornado warning issued if that's necessary. Coffee County is in our area, and you see a little bit of something in there. I don't really see it matching up too well, but we'll watch that action there, see if that ramps up to something that becomes tornadic in nature. Of course, we'll be on for that potential. We don't cover Bacon, but we do cover Coffee and Ware here, and this is moving off toward the west, it looks like here, at about, and actually in northwest technically, about 25 miles an hour. So it's have to be paying attention here, because the tornado threat is not done here completely. but it seems like the overall threat here, the highest threats are in terms of the viewing circle as a whole have kind of wound down, but still you can't lay your guard down completely here by any stretch of the imagination. You just have to kind of be watching things here as the situation transpires. So let me go ahead now. We'll go ahead and go on over here to our other mode. You can kind of see, again, the wind direction. We'll be kind of paying attention to that to see exactly how it impacts things. I know, depending on how they set up, you can get either the water road set up in the St. John's, but along the coast, maybe not as much. It just depends on how things go here because it just kind of moves on off here a little bit more. I mean, it could set up towards southeast Georgia. It's really tricky with these wind directions. But again, the main takeaway here is that the overall storm surge forecast is reduced now 2 to 4 feet in the highest areas versus 3 to 5 feet. Still can be dangerous, but that lowers the worst case scenarios here at this point, which we like to see is a little bit higher pressure, so a little bit weaker of a storm system in general here. So that's some good news. Definitely some good news here as we're watching things. Again, it's kind of hard to extrapolate these wind directions on out here as we look ahead with this track because just kind of have to think exactly what could happen here. Some of this could be pushed off there. Some of those winds going from east to west could kind of be pushed off and could have a veering taking place here. But we'll just continue to monitor the situation here, of course, in the Weather Center, just trying to give you guys an idea of what could take place or may not take place here. I'll go back about 4 hours or so. You can see earlier we had a tornado warning. We had the winds more east to west there, but now you see how things have started to veer to the south. So we'll just kind of have to see how that kind of sets on up here with the wind directions. It's all so tricky here at times, but just have to keep our eyes on that, of course, here in the Weather Center. And looking at some of this action here in South Georgia, there is some rotation there. South of Alma there. Let me see what that's showing up on our other mode. I mean, it's not showing up really strong, but I have to monitor it, of course. Have to monitor it there for sure. Make sure nothing kind of develops on us here with this action. So we'll just continue to track that situation here. It's outside of tornado watch. Doesn't mean you couldn't get a tornado to pop up though. We do have some significant tornado parameters in that area. Super composites there as well. So we still have to kind of watch that. So kind of hate to wrap it up too quick here in case something pops up on us. But let's go ahead and see the infrared satellite now. You don't see very much at all in the way of colder cloud tops. Warmer cloud tops are the story here generally, which is good. We just have to stay on guard here for this rapidly changing weather conditions. I know latest gusts 12 miles an hour here toward the east of Stark. 19 in the last 10 minutes. That's what we're getting here on the anemometer. I'll go ahead and show you our view here right now. I'll show you here the different perspectives. So give me just a moment. You'll kind of get that look outside once again. So we'll go ahead and pop this on up now. You can see the dark sky still. You see still the rapid movement of the clouds here. So that's indicative of those higher winds aloft. And then some of those translating causing the issues here. Causing trees to fall, causing limbs to fall, things to that effect. So definitely some stronger winds at times that we've dealt with Nicole here on this Thursday. Again, the first hurricane to hit the U.S. Here in the month of November in a while. I know in the state of Florida, it's the first since '85. It may be the first in the U.S. since '85 as well. I know they're sending out the chat here and talking about that tornado threat here. That discussing in the chat, I should say. We'll watch it, of course. But high surge, some storm surge. They do persist here to some degree. So we'll just have to kind of monitor all those potentials here. We'll just have to monitor all those potentials as we do look ahead here. Just continuing to watch, continuing to check things. Let me go ahead and check on that rotation tracker again now. So it's showing up some rotation now south of Osceola, but not really in the right area for that. So that's some a little bit better news possibly, since it's not really showing that up in the right area there with the actual radar echoes. We still gotta watch. Don't lay your guard down completely here by any stretch. So let me go ahead and go on up to our discussion. I just want to see, because there's some different questions that sometimes can be a little bit tricky to answer here. So I want to see what the Weather Service in Jacksonville is saying. So they're talking about the rain bands. I'm going to kind of read some of this verbatim as I go ahead. Let me broaden the view out here for you. We'll go ahead and broaden the view out and see what's happening right now. Again, the rain bands in Saturday will continue to affect the area through the overnight period, with gusty winds turning from the southeast direction to more of a southerly direction across all areas after midnight. So you kind of see maybe what they're talking about here. Then, so you see all these winds. You see the veering at first, but then you see more of a southerly wind here that could kind of come into play. So this type of wind we're talking about coming in, and then you have the winds going from more south than north. But they're talking here that they'll be keeping high rain chances going to the northwest zones, but dropping the chances of the south as some drier air works in. They're seeing some sting and gusts of tropical force, so the tropical warnings remain in play, remain in effect, but are likely to drop later today. Storm surge warnings are in effect here along the coast, 2 to 4 feet there, St. Johns County, and that St. Johns River Basin, and multiple counties, of course, and then devastating beach erosion and property damage has occurred, but local storm reports and news media reporting this, and some tornado potential exists in southeast Florida, but so far it's remaining with the cells that are fairly low top, but a widespread heavy rain threat has ended, so the flood watch has ended, but some periods of locally moderate to heavy rain expected at times. So some areas maybe 3-4 inches here, some areas 2 to 4 inches. It looked like there was. So I just want to pull up a rainfall amount here over the last 12 hours. See Bradford County there, 2+ inches. Some areas a little bit higher toward the east. I mean, some of this rain did fall earlier with the system, so it's not showing up there in our 12-hour amounts. But again, just continuing to read our discussion here from the Weather Service in Jacksonville behind the scenes. So I know they're talking about improving conditions as it heads north and northeast away from the area, but Saturday and some isolated thunderstorms are possible due to a lingering trough with drying and less rain chances in the afternoon on Friday with the high pressure building in. So it's looking like the overall situation a little bit better here. And then as we see, maybe some fog possible Saturday morning, warm afternoon temperatures then, but then Sunday much cooler as we kind of try to read this here behind the front. So that'll be some good news. And then though as we see, there'll be a Gulf low that develops, and increasing rain chances expected by Tuesday, but clearing by Wednesday as that low moves quickly away. So a lot of stuff to unpack there. I just wanted to read that because we're not doing a formal update tonight or anything like that. Kind of helps me because we've been so busy. We have to kind of look at these here and make sure we're understanding the situation. That's pretty much what I was thinking. But just wanted to verify here as we're live on the air with you guys and give you guys a little bit of a synopsis of the thinking of the meteorologist at the Jacksonville office. And that's pretty much in line with what I've been thinking here, looking at some of the different things. But with us being so busy here in the Weather Center, I just wanted to kind of read that verbatim. It's a little bit unique, unusual to do that, but we have the time to do it here. Colquitt County, though, power lines down there across a state road, 133 south, some wind issues. We talked about already the ward areas around Bunchtown. So that's kind of interesting to see. Up there. Let's go ahead and take a look at rotation. Take a look at rotation, see if there's anything popping up. All that stuff there to the west, it doesn't look like it's as co-located. Here the wind picking back up again, so let's give you at least one more visual outside. I may pop this up in the radar mode, we'll see. But you can see definitely some of those clouds there coming in from left to right here on the screen. So you can see that fast movement here. That is impressive to see here live on the air. It's not a loop or a time lapse. This is how it's happening in the real time, So just kind of interesting to see that here from that meteorology standpoint. As we continue to watch some different things, it's continuing to monitor the situation, of course, in the Weather Center. So you can see here, you can see what we're dealing with, and just kind of how unique things are. But I know 20 miles an hour to gust here in the last 10 minutes, so haven't had those type of gusts in the 30s and 40s really in a while here on our anemometer. Still could have some more power outages and isolated spots. So we'll be watching. We'll be tracking. We'll have a new radar stream here up in a little bit. We have the double box set up. I know if you're just kind of tuning in before we wrap this, we're at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock. So let me go ahead and say here. Go ahead and show you the update here we got in from the Hurricane Center at 4 at 45-mile-an-hour winds max sustained. Real quick, the wind actually picking up on that. There's the tad there. So you can see those trees blowing around there. So we'll mention that. You see the clouds really moving. But 45 miles an hour max sustained winds. Northwest at 15 to movement. Tropical storm warning in many areas with that pressure. It was quite a bit lower, but 990 now. I'll step out so you can see this. And it's a hole here. Make sure I'm not standing in front of anything here before I kind of go on off. But just kind of interesting to see things here in the Weather Center as we're watching the overall situation. I know it's been a very long day, a long week here so far, and still going to be on guard just in case things develop on us that we don't like. So that's why we're here. We're going to keep you guys informed in the Weather Center. But overall, things are looking better here. We've been seeing that through the afternoon, really. After about 1, that's when we started to kind of relax coverage some with more just intermittent updates, and we thought might be on more. I don't want to say my voice too if we had some more tornado warnings. That hadn't been the case so far. Cross our fingers we don't get any more. We haven't had any tornado damage that I've seen so far, but we'll just continue to watch here. I know the storm surge along the coast has been devastating in spots, so and even along the St. Johns River Basin up there with Irma and Matthew, which you hate to hear in comparison. And these wind issues causing some power outages, not as much as some of our storms like Irma, anything in that regard. But that storm surge out, those water levels here, they've just been so nasty here over the last several years with different events. So it's something you really got to just monitor and be very careful. And I know you have injuries, fatalities sometimes in these situations. So got to keep everybody in our thoughts and prayers. But let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and see. There's a view again. I mean, you just see how fast things are moving here. It's just really interesting to watch this from a meteorological standpoint here. The movement here live on this camera. You can just see how things are going there. Gusts right now a little bit lower, but always interesting to watch some of these different views here. And just kind of continue to monitor things here overall in the Weather Center. So I know my voice is kind of raspy here at times. I apologize. We've been on for a long time here, on and off. A lot of covered in front of the wall here. So just keep on watching, keep on tracking here. You see that tornado watch 07 here. A few of our counties, a couple of our counties really, they have a little bit of a threat here even further west. Something pops up in our 62 counties. We're on with the tornado warning coverage, don't worry. And we'll be here if there's something else that develops here as well with something in terms of that storm surge really accelerating on us. Threat isn't zero in terms of that storm surge. It's lowered some though, which we like to see here in the Weather Center. So thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. If we don't have to come back here, more than likely not in front of the camera, but if you don't have to hear my voice until next week, next Tuesday, just thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Have a great weekend. I know we have high school football playoff action tomorrow night. Things to be looking better for that. The weather conditions should be improving for that. We're still going to do a radar stream with a double box here in a moment where I can still cut in. Definitely can't rule out some type of situation where I have to cut in here. Or just cut in general here, even maybe outside of that. But the high school football action looking pretty good here. Just still maybe some cleanup on going, of course. And then we'll be looking here. I know that FSU game's inside on Saturday. Jaguars, they'll be going out to Kansas City on Sunday. So maybe kind of cool up there. But haven't really checked that forecast. I've been way too busy here. I'll check it real quick, actually, though, because I'm curious, because I know that pattern will promote some pretty cool air for that game on Sunday on CBS. So I'll check that for you real quick here. So yeah, Sunday a high. Yeah, it's not going to be weather they're used to, the Jacksonville Jaguars. A high of 43 on Sunday, a low Saturday night of 21 up there in Kansas City. So definitely some cool air for that contest. Got to get those coats out for sure for that one. As we got some more information on that storm surge, San Marco, Jacksonville, about 1 o'clock. It looks like Main Street Bridge there in downtown recorded a peak water level of 3.26 feet above the mean high water level, and the major flooding begins at 3 feet. So still could have some major flooding with that 2 to 4 feet range later on, but not talking about 3 to 5. We'll be here if something develops on us with a high tide cycle. You just never know here. It is a tropical system. They're all different. We'll be here, but for now, try to have a great night, or at least the best you can here. We'll have that double box up in just a little bit with that Doppler radar presentation, unless we have to have more warning coverage.